Hello?
Why they're not saying it. And all I can figure is there's so many different ways and so much more technology that they may not know. I mean, this would be one of the most modern.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call a meeting to order here. And first, I'd like to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have Supervisor Snyder lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag liberty.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder. And now if we can have a moment of silence for our country, for our county, and ask for us the decisions we make today. Thank you. If you see that our council is missing, he is, but he's really here. He's going to be joining us virtual. He is just feeling a little under the weather, so he will be with us. The other thing, I would like to have a modification in the resolution. Is that too much there? Modification of the agenda for adding some resolutions. The first one being early voting. We're going to put that at 4A. And the second would be VMI and 4B. So just to add to those two things right there. And if I can have, first and foremost, Mr. Ferguson, or Chief Ferguson, if you would, for the recognitions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity. Just wanted to take a quick moment and introduce and recognize Lieutenant Gary Fisher. Gary has been on our team for over a decade now, serving predominantly out of the Reed Mountain Station as a supervisor of the fire engine crew there and the ambulance crew that's housed there. Recently achieved his bachelor's degree from JMU. In leadership and communication. And just a little bit of background, Gary has 4 years of service in the United States Marine Corps as an infantry sergeant and has been in fire and EMS for 23 years, like I said, the last decade with us. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate him on continuing to progress in his educational achievements this far into his career.
Thank you. Hard work taken. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
And next we have the citizens comment period. And we have two topics of concern here. And the first one is Stormy Bishop. Remember at this, what we like to have is your name. And also remember 3 minutes. Hold on just a second.
It's not on. Do what? Okay, I'm good. All right. Stormy Bishop, the Amsterdam District. I wanted to talk to the VDOT representative about the just the short stretch on 220 from the apartments at 150 and to the Sheets. I'd like to know how many wrecks have been there in the past 2 weeks, just on that short stretch. And I also have noticed some surveying going on at Valley Road. I'd like to know what's going on there. And I'm also concerned about the new subdivision, Millstone. I think that's the name of it. It's going to dump out into my street on Mimosa. And are we going to have a stop sign that is right at our bus stop where it'll be coming out? Are they going to get a stop sign, or are they just going to be allowed to come out? And I understand that there's not enough room on Catawba Road to do a turning lane to turn left. So I expect a lot of them will be coming through our neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you. The next we have for Bob Patterson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. First of all, my request is written on the request form I ask that item 3A, the January 27th meeting minutes be amended on what is the first sentence and paragraph online on page 46 of the minutes, which currently reads, Chair Scott Horn announced an addition to the agenda after number 16. I ask for that amendment to read, Chair Scott Horn announced a walk-on from economic development after number 16. This will accurately reflect what was said more than 1 hour and 40 minutes into the meeting and will be similar to the reference later on in the minutes when it was heard. While there may have been no effort or intention to handle this matter secretly, except for the name of the major national destination retailer, the way it was handled certainly left that impression. There was no citizen comment period before the matter was heard and adopted. If this were strictly due to inattention, I have a suggestion which may help avoid that happening in the future. In fact, Chairman Scott Horn used it today. Simply add an item to your agenda prior to the citizen comment period entitled walk-on items, which can be announced at that time, as you did today. If there are none, so state. Then, if a walk-on item is announced later on, there will be no doubt about the intention. Speaking of secrecy, after your last meeting, I spoke to someone who told me that early last fall, their family had purchased a membership with the same major national destination retailer in Charlottesville, who is the second closest to Botetourt County, only behind Harrisonburg. When they had not received their membership credentials in 6 weeks or so, they called. The person assisting them there asked where they lived, and when they responded, Botetourt County, that person told them they were opening a store in Botetourt County by September of 2026. It seems as if the secrecy surrounding the identity of the major national destination retailer only exists in Botetourt County, since that major national destination retailer was already telling people this last year. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. I appreciate it. The other thing, Celeste, if we can make sure we make that change, we can make that change to the, on the consent agenda when we go over it. Thank you. Okay. And now we move towards the consent agenda, and I would ask that we make that, as Mr. Patterson had put in play, for our meeting minutes from January 27th. But I ask, is everybody taking a look at the consent agenda? And do I have a motion of approval?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it. And if we can, Mr. Blevins. Oh, sorry about that.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me. Andrew Thorpe in today for Mr. Blevins. So I'll start off by saying I heard some of the comments during public comment, took some notes on those, and I'll try and get with you when I'm done here, make sure we get some good contact information so we can get some
Thank you.
answers back to those questions.
Thank you.
Just starting out with our normal monthly report. First item on here is our resurfacing contracts. Obviously, at this point, our 2025 routes have been completed. 2026 will look to be starting once the weather starts to improve later this spring. What you might see in the interim is some prep work we'll be doing on those routes. We'll be looking at some of the drainage items as well as maybe doing some patching work ahead of the overall resurfacing schedule. Traffic engineering work orders. When we put this report together, we didn't have any updates at the time. I think since then, Mr. LaRue shared with us some concerns about the Valley Road area on 220 and some of the wrecks that have occurred there over the past few weeks. As you all may be aware, there is a large, more long-term project to do some improvements at that intersection that the county's been involved in. We are looking to see if maybe there's some items out of that project we could implement more in the short term to try and address some of those concerns that are occurring at this time. More to come on that. We're working with our traffic engineers to come up with some ideas. On the land development side, we do have some plan reviews that are ongoing. The first one there, the first submittal was received in February and plan approval was issued. DTC multifamily phase 3, we did provide some comments back to the county earlier this month. Same with Ingalls subdivision. And then Wellington multifamily, we provided those comments back in January. On the permit side, a couple of permits issued over the last month, not a ton. Utility permit, 2 private entrances, and 1 commercial entrance. Some of the VDOT construction projects that are currently ongoing. The first one is at exit 162 near the Buchanan area. That project is extending that acceleration lane onto I-81 northbound. The biggest thing folks will see out there right now is we do have some lane closures in place over the next month or so to facilitate some culvert pipe installation. That went in this past week, and they are working on extending that culvert under the road to help accommodate that ramp
Just out of
extension.
Curiosity, how far are they going to extend it? I'm just trying to figure out how it can be extended,
So what they're doing right now is they're installing the culvert under Route 11 itself. That culvert will then actually go up along the side of the ramp towards 81 northbound
Mhm.
in order to catch some of that additional drainage that's going to be coming off from where the ramp is extended.
So how many feet or whatever is the ramp actually going to be extended? would you
That's
say?
a good question. I don't actually have that information offhand, but I can certainly find that out and get back to you.
Okay, Thank you.
Next one is the exit 143 to 150 widening project on 81. So folks have seen some preliminary work going on this past fall, a couple lane shifts in order to accommodate the future work there. We did hold a Pardon Our Dust meeting back towards the end of January at Lord Botetourt High School, and had a pretty good turnout at that meeting. So hopefully we were able to answer some questions folks had. The work out there is expected to pick up this spring, certainly as the weather starts to improve. More work will be starting out there. So a lot of good things coming in Botetourt. On the maintenance side, probably the biggest key we're working on right now is pothole patching throughout the county. We are certainly in that prime time of year when pothole patching is a big focus for us as we see the freeze thaw cycle repeating itself over and over. As I mentioned earlier, we are doing some prep work right now for the upcoming year's resurfacing schedule. We're also trimming trees and some vegetation on various routes, and then working on maintaining our gravel roads. So those are really focuses in all of our area. A couple other highlights, some shoulder work on 43 in the Eagle Rock area, some patching work in the town of Fincastle that is upcoming, and then some tree trimming work in the Troutville area is actually out there today. They were working on both Archway and Zimmerman roads out in that area. Lots more things going on all throughout the area, responding to citizen requests as they come in. But that's all I have for the update. So happy to take any questions or concerns.
I do have a citizen request.
Okay.
If I could ask you that.
Sure.
One of my residents tells me there's a culvert on Jennings Creek
Okay.
that floods and it leaves their road inaccessible. And I don't have more definite information for you about the location. I can try to
Okay.
get that for you, but she said it is the only creek on the Jennings Creek Road that does not have a bridge. It's in the Mumford area.
Okay.
Does that help you out?
A little bit, yeah. If we need more information, I'll reach out and see if we can
Okay,
get that.
great.
But
Thank you very
we will
much.
look into that. Thank you.
The other situation is with Miss Bishop, if you can answer some of those questions that she had gone over.
Absolutely.
You'll probably get together with her. Is that what you're going to do? Or can you do some of that right now? Do you know some of those?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, I know we had heard some concerns about a couple wrecks that had occurred on 220, specifically in the Valley Road area. So I'm not sure if that's exactly where she's referencing. And with that, we are working on trying to, the long-term project there is to restrict some of the movements coming out of Valley Road onto 220 to try and improve safety of that location. And with that, so that project is starting, which may have been some of the survey work that was seen out there today. So we're in the preliminary engineering phase of that project, working through some of the design work there. But we are working to try and see if we can, if there's any pieces of that project we can try and implement on a more temporary basis now, understanding that the larger, more permanent projects upcoming. As far as the concerns about Millstone subdivision, I'll need to go back and research those a little bit.
Okay.
But certainly we'll follow up with her and happy to share that with the board.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. As far as anything in the specific districts in Amsterdam?
Not at this time, not as long as this gentleman follows up, as he mentioned. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Blue Ridge?
We're good. Thank you.
Buchanan?
I guess I jumped the gun, but you have mine. Thank you, Andrew.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And Fincastle?
I guess you already know you got a lot of signs down, especially on northern 220.
Yep.
Pretty rough plowing there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was definitely a snow that led to a lot of signs, a lot of mailboxes we ended up having to repair. So very aware of that. And we'll definitely make sure we hit that area as well.
Appreciate it.
And Valley's doing well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to hold off just for a second. Ms. Davis, just for a second. I want to do 4A and 4B on these resolutions. And if I could, Mr. Ruler, if you could come up and explain the early voting. You guys, the board members will see that in your packet.
Dr. Scott Horn, I'm not sure that I can explain it. However, you do have a resolution associated with the early voting. And if you will allow me, I'll read the resolution and then you can proceed as you wish. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Botetourt County, Virginia concerning early voting on a constitutional amendment and related matters. Whereas the Virginia General Assembly has initiated a special election to amend the Virginia Constitution pursuant to special amendment to the state budget as set forth in more detail in House Bill 1384, 2026 Virginia Acts, Chapter 6, the referendum to be held on April the 21st, 2026, with early voting to commence on March the 6th, 2026, and whereas the decisions of the Circuit Court of Tazewell County in McDougall versus Nardo and Republican National Committee versus Koski and the ruling of the Supreme Court of Virginia and the appeal of McDougall have raised serious questions with the constitutionality of the referendum, and whereas the General Assembly has also directed the governing bodies of every locality to establish early voting locations for the referendum as appropriate, and whereas pursuant to sections 15.2, 1427, 24.2-701.2, and 24.2-306 of the Code of Virginia of 1950 as amended. The code, the board must follow certain public notices and enactment timelines which are impossible to meet prior to the commencement of voting on the referendum. And whereas it is impossible to meet the statutory periods required to establish a satellite voting office, and whereas recognizing that the Electoral Board and the General Registrar have taken a constitutional oath to follow state law under Section 24.2-120 of the Code and undertake the responsibilities placed on them by Sections 24.2-106.01 and 24.2-114 of the Code, the board does not wish to put them in an impossible position, but wishes instead to protect them and the voters of Botetourt County in the event that the referendum is held to be unlawful for part or in whole, and whereas the board is mindful that interference with an election is a misdemeanor and wishes not to take any action that would interfere with the conduct of the election that may, at a future date, be conclusively determined to be lawful, and whereas while determination of the time and place of special referendum election, a matter in the sound discretion of the General Assembly and the courts, the cost of an unwise and unlawful election should not be borne by the locality, electoral board, and registrar of the locality. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Botetourt County, Virginia, that one, the board believes that the decisions of the Tazewell Circuit Court have a substantial likelihood of being correct in substance, if not in all particulars, and that the referendum, or at least some or all of the early voting, therefore, is unlawful. 2, the board declines to establish or schedule consideration of an ordinance for establishing any satellite absentee voting locations for the referendum, as any such actions would be futile under the applicable law. the board calls upon the General Assembly to reimburse it for all costs of the referendum. The county administrator and the county attorney are directed to forward copies of this resolution to the State Electoral Board and the Department of Elections and the City Council of the City of Lynchburg, and to request that the city attorney for the City of Lynchburg include it in his filings for declaratory judgment on the responsibilities of the Electoral Board and the General Registrar of the city that the City Council directed him to file on February 23rd of 2026. This resolution is in effect upon adoption, and it would be up to you, Mr. Chair, what you choose to do with this and the approvals, and therefore moving forward.
Any questions? Certainly, this has hit our emails quite a bit from citizens in our county. Thus, we'd come up with this. Do I have a motion for this resolution?
A motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
You
There we
need
have-
to-
Yes, and if we could have, thank you, if we could have a call vote.
Dr. Scott Horn,
Yes.
Mr. Nicely,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Meyer.
Yes.
Thank you. And the next one I have that Mr. Michael and I were going over some things, but this one's a little bit more personal for me. This is about VMI. And when I first heard what was going on, I took opposition to what was happening within our state. I gave our House of Delegates, Terry Austin, a call and said, what is going on here? And he's been working hard to try to rectify the issue, and it looks like most of it has been taken care of. But that being said, certainly having my son go there and seeing what these individuals are make a difference in our country, in our state. I'd like to read you something in some of my remarks here. Tonight, we consider resolution supporting Virginia Military Institute, an institution that is not only a neighbor to our region, but is a pillar of leadership for our Commonwealth and our nation. VMI is more than a college campus in Lexington. It's a place where young men and women willingly choose discipline over comfort, duty over ease, and service over self. The institution's mission is not simply academic achievement. It is the development of a citizen, soldier, and citizen leaders grounded in honor, integrity, and accountability. For the cadets who pass through its gates, VMI is a transformation. It forges resilience. It demands moral courage and instills a lifelong commitment to something larger than oneself. Those qualities do not stay within the walls of the institution. They go out into our military, our businesses, our schools, communities, and every corner of the nation. For our country, VMI represents a model of leadership rooted in character in a time when our nation faces complex challenges. At home and abroad, institutions that prioritize honor, service, and sacrifice are not relics of the past. They are essential to the future. Supporting VMI is not merely about supporting a school. It's about affirming the enduring values of leadership, responsibility, and national service. It is about recognizing that the formation of principal leaders strengthens not only Virginia, but the United States of America. As a chairman, I am proud that this board would take a position that recognizes the significance of this institution and the generations of leaders it continues to produce. Thank you. So we have in front of us, and the board members have had an opportunity to take a look at this, I hope as well. And Mr. Lewis, if you could read this off.
Thank you, Dr. Scott Horn. The resolution in support of the Virginia Military Institute. Whereas the Virginia Military Institute, VMI, was established in 1839 as the nation's first state-supported military college and has remained a cornerstone of leadership for 186 years. And whereas the VMI citizen soldier model integrates a rigorous academic curriculum with a disciplined military environment, fostering an unmatched level of character development. And whereas the honor code stating that a cadet does not lie, cheat, steal, nor tolerate those who do serves as the bedrock of the VMI experience, instilling a lifelong commitment to integrity. And whereas VMI alumni have served with distinction in the United States Armed Forces, including General of the Army George C. Patton and thousands of others who have defended our nation's freedom. And whereas the Institute contributes to society not only through military service, but by producing disciplined leaders in business, engineering, law, and public service who uphold the highest standards of civic duty. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Botetourt Board of Supervisors, formally express our steadfast support for the Virginia Military Institute and its mission to produce educated, honorable, and self-reliant leaders. And be it further resolved that we urge legislative and executive branches of our state government and the community to recognize and preserve the unique value of VMI's traditions and the continued role in shaping the moral fabric of our society.
Thank you. Thus, you all heard this. If we could have a roll call on this one as well.
I think we need a motion.
But we need a motion first. Yes. Thank you.
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And a roll call.
Aye.
Mr. Nicely.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Thank you. I appreciate that. I went over that with my son too, so. If we could, Ms. Davis, I think we're for approval of accounts payable.
Good afternoon, excuse me, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Per our accounts payable policy, any payment exceeding $250,000 must come before the Board of Supervisors for approval before processing. I have two such items of that nature today. The first is a payment to Motorola Solutions in the amount of $7,340,071.70. This is for the public safety radio project, which includes, this payment in particular includes 50% of the total contract price for infrastructure, as well as partial payments for change orders number 1 through 4. The second is for MB contractors in the amount of $936,004.36. This is for the Reed Mountain Fire Dispatch Center for application 5, which is for work completed through January 31st of 2026. It is requested that these payments totaling $8,276,076.06 are approved for processing. Are there any questions I can answer at this time?
So I have a question. So just to be clear, these are matters that have been previously contracted for, and now the bill has just become due.
Yes, I understand that there's a signed contract for both of these items.
Thanks.
Any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
And FY 2026 budget update. Bless you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have for you today the second monthly installment of the budget update. based on our progress with the FY27 budget development. So first, I want to start off with our planned calendar for the budget process, just to, again, refamiliarize everyone. Last month, of course, we had, sorry, am I coming across loud enough? So last month, of course, we had the budget outlook, which represented essentially our starting point for the budget, reflecting what was requested for the FY27 budget. And that was a part of the January Board of Supervisors meeting. Today, what I have for you will be reflective of the Budget Task Force recommendations, which is our first stage of internal review. Following today's presentation, for the March Board of Supervisors meeting, I will have a brief presentation overviewing the county administration's recommended budget, as well as budget subcommittee meetings that are coming up. We have a new meeting added on there for February 26th, which is this Thursday, which will be essentially a work session. And then those meetings will continue from the end of March till April 10th. Following that, we have the recommended budget transmittal will be shared with the full board on April 20th. And then a recommended budget presentation at the April Board of Supervisors meeting on April 28th. This will be followed by a period of public review and comment from April 29th through May 13th, followed by the public hearing on May 13th with a planned adoption date on May 26th. So, the first slide kind of shows you what the planned output is for this information, but to better orient you on what happens behind the scenes, this slide really illustrates the internal review stages that go through to produce that information. So first up, you can see we have the review by the Budget Task Force, which was just completed and is what is represented in this presentation today, which is why it's got that nice little check mark there. So that is comprised of an internal team, which is intended to represent all categorical areas and functions of the county, included elected offices. So the next step is an independent review by the county administration, which does include knowledge and consideration of the recommendations by the Budget Task Force. So that's technically going on right now at this moment. And then, of course, the final stage of that will be the review by the Budget Subcommittee. So that's where final review and amendments will be made prior to our advertised budget. I do want to mention that, of course, it's still not final at that point. Changes can still be made, but it will be the last review prior to the advertised budget. Okay. So here, just showing the internal guidance that was provided to internal staff in crafting their FY27 budget requests, and which also serves as a basis for those internal reviews. So this includes to eliminate or reduce non-essential expenditures, very important. There was also an increased emphasis on justification and defined cost basis in providing that information this year for those requests. Additionally, limiting non-personnel operating increase to a maximum of 3%. There was also itemization of capital requests to include operating costs. So that is a new component just to give a more complete and accurate picture of what other cost impacts there are when committing to a project. And finally, to align requests with demonstrated operational needs. Again, this was shared with staff prior to budget requests, but it also serves as a good framework for internal review as we move through the budget process. Okay, next up, this is a chart that shows the components of the FY27 recommended budget by the Budget Task Force, broken out by functional category. Sorry if I stepped away from the mic there. Listed by functional category, and you can see it obviously goes from largest to smallest. And off to the right there, just for reference, you can see we have the FY26 adopted budget, which was 98.8 million. Where we began the process this year for the requested FY27 budget was 107.9 million, and currently the Budget Task Force recommended budget is at 107.1 million. So of that amount, you can see the largest component is public safety, followed closely by education. It is important to note that the education figure that is currently in there is just a placeholder. It's just the FY26 number. This number does not yet reflect any requests by the schools or any action by the board. So it is truly a placeholder amount. Following those two categories, the next largest is non-departmental, followed by general government and capital projects, which I'll have more information on that on the next slide. And these categories are pretty much in line with what we typically see year over year as far as the allocation between those different categories. Okay, so as promised, here's a further look into the capital improvement plan and how that's allocated. So currently there's 5.6 million in the recommended budget for that, of which a little over half is for public safety projects. The second largest category, of course, would be in parks, recreation, and culture. There are some smaller projects in public works, general government, and community development as well. And it is important to note that any larger projects that may be considered for alternate funding, financing, or have grant funding would not be reflected in this. This is simply what would be supported through general revenue. Okay. On the flip side of the coin, moving into revenues, the current revenue projections are at 94.1 million, which as we typically see is primarily supported by local sources. This year, or currently where we are in those estimates, it's comprising 84.3% of the total. And again, as I mentioned, this is similar to what we see most years as far as the allocation. So overall, the current revenue estimate is reflective of a decrease of 2.7 million or 2.8% from the FY26 adopted budget. The revenue estimates will continue to be analyzed and reviewed as we receive more information and updated accordingly as we move throughout the process. So digging in a little bit more on that local revenue category, just to show you what the breakout is of that. Again, there's a chart here going from largest to smallest showing what components make up the local revenue, of which property taxes, of course, makes up the largest category. So real property is almost half at 48.9%, followed by personal property at 15.3%. Other local taxes of 14.4%, and machinery and tools at 8%, and public service corporations at 5.3%. You can see the remaining categories make up a relatively small portion, but that includes recovered costs, use of money, permits, fees, licenses, charges for services, penalties and interest, and fines and forfeitures. So a few more notes on the revenue projections. Again, it is expected that these preliminary projections are going to change as we continue in this process. So in the current outlook, there are indicators of an overall decrease in local revenue from FY26. As I mentioned, the main drivers for this at this point include an estimated decrease in hotel tax and earnings on investment. Conversely, there is anticipated to be an increase in meals tax. Again, these will be continually updated as the current year revenues come in and we have more information. Currently, state revenues are showing a slight increase, primarily due to the increase in comprehensive services refunds, which is going to offset some of those increases you see on the expenditure side. They're very much tied. Federal revenues at this point in time are relatively unchanged.
Do you have any estimate as to when we'll know about the state revenues?
No, but we continue to try and use the best information available to update that. That has certainly been a sort of problematic area in the past as far as the timing, because they don't always
Coordinate with us.
Well, they definitely don't coordinate with us, but they also don't always meet their deadlines of when they're going to have their finalized budget. So, yeah, we use the best information that's available and hope that something final comes along sooner rather than later. Okay, so in comparison of the preliminary requests and revenues, so at this stage, the recommended expenditures exceed estimated revenues by approximately 13 million, which essentially is our budget gap. This difference will be reconciled through the budget process, which will incur through the internal review, expenditure reductions, and also updates to revenue estimates. So both of these items must be reviewed and updated concurrently to reach our end of a balanced budget. Okay. Just taking a quick look at our budget progression so far. So the green line represents expenditures, the blue line is revenues. And again, just to show how those change as we move through the internal stages of review, which you can see at the bottom, we have information for requested and the budget task force at this point. And you can see how those have changed from one to the next. We obviously have 2 internal stages of review to go, so that information will be filled in and updated as we move through. And to give a little more context to this budget progression, here you have the FY25 and FY26 expenditures and how those items changed as we move through the budget in prior years. So you can see that's there's some consistency to how much things tend to change between each internal review stage. But again, just for additional context of what has happened in past years. Oh, sorry, go back one. All right, so just to recap the next steps for our budget process, obviously the initial budget outlook presentation has been completed, as well as today, the budget task force recommended budget. So the next presentation will be in March, which will be reflective of county administration's recommended budget. Additionally, we have some budget subcommittee meetings coming up that will, the work session will occur before that, and I guess, real work sessions will be after that. Then we will have the transmittal to the full board once that is complete, as well as another presentation in April of the recommended and advertised budget, followed by the period of public review and comment, and final adoption plan for May 26th. Are there any questions I can answer at this time? Is
Any
everyone
questions?
still awake?
No, thank you for putting that roadmap together for us. That's great. Appreciate it. No other questions? Thank you.
I appreciate you guys bearing with me. I know that was a lot of information, so thank you very much.
Number 7 here, we're going to the hazardous mitigation plan. Mr. Murray.
Mr. Chairman, member of the boards, hello. My name is Daniel Murray. I'm the emergency manager here in Botetourt, work in the Department of Fire EMS.
Hello, I'm Matt Lewis with Community Development.
So today we wanted to bring a plan forward that we've been working on regionally for about the past year. This is a plan that gets updated every 7 years or so. And so we wanted to bring it up. Today, we're going to talk about the plan really quickly, kind of what it is and what it does for us. Give you a little bit of an overview of how it helps us be federally compliant for many different hazards that we see throughout the year, and then a recommendation at the end. So hazard mitigation is, it helps protect lives, property, and critical infrastructure. This particular plan talks about natural hazards. So it's no man-made hazards whatsoever, but it's the general natural hazards that we see year in and year out. And what we try to do with this plan is try to reduce long-term costs by mitigating different items that we see throughout the year in ways that we could have avoided disasters. We do this in regional collaboration. The Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission are actually the authors of the plan, but they work on a committee really closely with us and all the other regional partners to include our towns and like Water Authority and all the different partners and owners of the different infrastructure that involve both our county and our regional partners. So the planning process, again, is about a year and a half. We have a steering committee that meets and goes through each piece of the plan and each part of the plan. We also do have a public engagement period where we push it out to the public of different public input that they can give us back to put into the plan. We also make sure, and a big part of the plan really at the end is we send it off to FEMA to get, to make sure it meets all the federal guidelines that they require. There's quite a few guidelines that this particular plan has to go through. And that's been a big hurdle for us, but we have gotten that FEMA approval that's required of the plan. These are a list of the different hazards that are assessed. Again, they're all natural hazards. They're not man-made hazards. And this is what it looks like for our hazard rankings here in the county based off of historical data that we've seen in the disasters that has affected our communities. As you can see, flooding is our highest. That's usually what causes us the most heartache every year, as well as wind events and snow events in that order. Some of the recent local events that we've had, flooding. I know I've done a presentation this past year when we had the Grove Hill flooding, and last year in February we had the large flooding event that gave us record flooding on the James River. So those do stay as our primary, whether they come from hurricane or melting snow or these microcell weather events that we've been seeing. Another major one that we plan for is power outages. Power outages can happen from a variety of different natural hazards, whether it be from the flooding or snowstorms, wind events. Those are usually the biggest impacts to our community that we see. The critical facilities and vulnerabilities that were identified in the plan, water and sewer infrastructure, emergency services, our high hazard dams are part of this plan. This is where we go in and work with our state and federal partners to make sure that all our dams are up to code, as well as older housing stock that we may see in our community that can pose a threat. Our goals and strategies for mitigation are to minimize loss of property and life and reduce economic impacts. And the way we do that is through codes, floodplain management, upgrades, and different mitigation strategies that we use to try to keep hazards that we see in high problematic areas from being a hazard for us. These are some of the key initiatives. The first part of the plan is really just a report saying this is what we've seen in our community and these are the past events that have really happened. The second part of the plan are what initiatives are we going to take to mitigate those later on. These are some of our key initiatives that we've done in the past. Many of them we've already completed or they are ongoing things like the Storm Ready program, the GIS system. We also adopted a community notification system. We just did upgrades to that this past year. National Flood Insurance Program, where we are active participants of that. Communication equipment interoperability. We've done a ton of upgrades in that, and we're moving in that direction. The bottom two are in bold because those are active projects that we have pending currently. They were pending writing this plan. We're actually going to hopefully be getting some grant money from post-Helene. It opened kind of a FEMA pot of money that we could put in some grants for, and two of them that we have out there are to maintain the 12 stream gauges that we got this past year, as well as add some precipitation gauges. And then another project that we have out there is for a portable generator to be able to augment our shelter operations if we have to open a shelter at either one of our high schools. So adoption of this plan ensures eligibility for federal and state funding. We have to have this, as I spoke to with the flood gauges as well as the generator, we have to have this plan adopted to be able to be eligible for those grants. And it also opens when different grant programs come along. Just because a project is identified in the plan doesn't mean there'll be a grant program that will fit it. But if there is a program that opens up that fits one of those projects, then different departments can put in grant proposals to try to get money and federal funding for those things. So board adoption affirms a commitment to hazard mitigation to be able to go after that funding. Is there any questions?
Any questions from the board?
So does our plan just pretty much follow federal guidelines, or have you tossed other things in there? How has it been composed?
It does. The federal guidelines are pretty tight on what you have to have in the plan, so it pretty much follows that, but they're pretty comprehensive.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If no other questions, then we have a resolution in front of us. And do I have a motion for adoption?
You have a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Not roll call?
Yes.
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 Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good presentation.
Ms. Booth, Treasurer's Office update.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm excited to give you an update on our tax conversion. We are moving from Tyler Munis to Avenity.
Donna, could you speak a little more into the microphone?
Yep.
I'm having trouble hearing. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. We're moving from Tyler Munis to Avenity Tax Service. We're about 21 days out from our go live date. We've been performing deep dives into the data on a conversion network to look at our numbers. Everything seems to be falling in place for an accurate transition. We're working on getting libraries and landfills, credit card systems up and running, hopefully by the first of next week, so that when we have downtime, they will not. My office, the treasurer's office, will be closed to the public the 9th through the 13th of March. And this is so that we can have 4 days of training in person. Then on the 12th, they will actually do a data pull for the conversion. And then on the 14th, we will be in here doing reconciliation to make sure those numbers are correct so we can go live on the 16th. The commissioner's office will be closed March 4th through the 6th for the 13th and on the 13th also for the conversion. We are not going to be taking in-person payments. My electronic payments will be open until 5 o'clock on the 11th, which time we have to shut it down so nothing posts to that data while we convert it. The building office and landfill libraries will be able to have payments coming in. They just will not get posted till we're back in on the 16th. Brent is working with me to get new payment links up and running, and we will be getting informations out and having flyers ready to go in all the bills that go out once we're up and running. So that's where we are. We're excited. We're ready to get on an easier system for us and the citizens. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Donna?
Okay.
Certainly, we save you a whole lot of time, we hope.
I am excited to think that I might get back to a simpler way of doing my job. So what we're on now has been difficult, to say the least, for the last 5 years. So
Thank you.
All right.
Best wishes in getting this done.
thank you.
And we could have Campbell down here for the small business grant winners. Thank you, Lou.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and fellow members of the board. I'm pleased to present on the 2025 Botetourt Small Business Grant Program and its award winners this year. I'll give an overview of the program and its process and then present the awardees. Eligible businesses for this program must have had 100 or fewer employees as defined by small business. Must be physically based in Botetourt County, must have had a valid business license with either the county or the towns, and must have been in operation since May of 2025. Key details of this program: the application period was open from August 25th through October 10th last year. This was a competitive program with limited funding. Grants ranged between $2,000 and $5,000 for grant award winners. District representation, we had at least 2 businesses from each district represented. Eligible uses of the funds included professional services, marketing, legal finance, new capital investments such as real estate, machinery, and compliance with state and local regulations and permits. Our grant review process included clarity of the grant proposal and budget plan that the applicants provided, business overview and mission, the clarity of them describing their business, grant impact on the business, what their grant award would do for them, and growth and potential, their ability to sustain and expand operations with this grant award. Our due diligence also included making sure grant awardees are in good standing with the county, all taxes paid, no violations with community development, and all business license up to date. This was the second year of our small business grant program, last year being the first inaugural one. We had $100,000 available in funding, 50 of which was already appropriated into the budget and 50 from the Google land purchase. 61 total applicants applied. This is an increase of about 20 from 2024. We had $356,779 in total requested funding from the applicants. 27 winners were selected, and $99,927 was awarded in grants. The average grant award amount was $3,664, which is up from last year's average, which was $2,252, and only 14 grants were given last year. These are a list of the grant award winners from each district. We have from Amsterdam, Little Green Hive, Mountain Time Honey and Gifts, F.A. Wagner Insurance Agency, Appalachian Environmental, a Local Lemon, Grow Wild Play Studio, and Southwest Virginia Training. In Fincastle, we have Sprinkles Garage, Heritage Family Market, Fincastle Automotive, Windy Ridge Fencing, doing business at Sunnyside Ranch, Will Hall, Healing Hideaways. In Blue Ridge, we have Eggy Lopes, interior design by Tiana. And in Valley, we have Joyful Noise Children's Center, portraits by Cher. And in Buchanan, we have Foot of the Mountain, Good Times Cafe, Mrs. B's, Beaver Dam Farms, Buchanan Butchery, Mount Joy Mushrooms, Blue Ridge Flower Exchange, Glenda Snyder Farm, Sharon Flowers, and the Barn at Back Creek Farm. Those are the award winners for this year. Would like to note too that our program also includes farms, which a lot of small business grant programs don't. And we had several farms. So I want to say congratulations to our winners. I think a few of them are present here today. If you want to stand and wave. And that's an overview of the grant program. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Any questions, board members?
Thank you.
I hope to see this thing expand further. So thank you for all your hard work on this.
Yep. Great
Appreciate
job.
it.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Number 10, the resolution of financing. Mr. Lockaby is supposed to be virtual. Is he on?
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
All right. Luckily you can't see me. I don't look great, but I'm going to try to explain this. I know that anything that I miss, Ms. Davis is going to be very well able to fill in. The basic, there are three different pieces to this financing. One of which is to pay for the 911 system, which is a project that we started, I guess, almost 3 years ago. The next piece is to pay for the upgrade to the well, the complete renovation and substantial rebuilding of the Reed Mountain Fire Station. The third part, which is about $7 million, is a financing of debt that we have from, oh, it looks like somebody has a presentation of approximately $7 million that we have outstanding from a 2014 bond issuance, which we believe we can likely refinance at a lower interest rate in order to save some money without extending the maturity of that bond. To give you some background on the structure here, the structure is that there is a lease where the county leases a facility, in this case, a couple of facilities, to the Virginia Resources Authority, which is a state agency. They lease it back to us, and our cumulative payments on that lease are equal to the debt service. They then take that money, as well as a whole bunch of other people who have leases or bonds or whatever that they sell to Virginia Resources Authority, and they market that directly on Wall Street. Doing it this way basically saves everybody a lot of money and results in us getting a better interest rate because of the way that the risk level of everything is sliced and diced, and the fact that the closing costs get spread over a whole bunch of different people rather than our having to spend all the money ourselves. To this particular slide that you currently have up, they typically will issue bonds in the spring and the fall. The Virginia Resources Authority will, for this particular program. They actually have several programs, and that's what had been anticipated. Katie, did you want to add some more information? I can speak more to the structure of this and get into details that will really, really bore everybody if you let me, but I know that you have a better grasp on the exact details of the money side of it.
Good afternoon again. So I think we've spoken a little bit, but the big projects, of course, in this are the public safety radio project, to the tune of about 21 million, and the Reed Mountain Fire Station / Dispatch Center, which is primarily the build of the new dispatch center and related equipment of 15 million. And then, as Mike mentioned, there's an opportunity for a refunding of up to 7 million. That component is important because that is not a new financing. That is a replacement of an existing obligation that we have that we would only move forward with it if we realized a certain amount of cost savings from it. So it's important to distinguish the not to exceed 36 million is for new projects, new money financing versus the 7 million that's a refunding of existing obligations. So Mike, did you have anything specifically you wanted me to jump into on this?
No, I just knew that you had that you had the exact numbers at the front of your mind, whereas I have the structure of how it would work at the fore of my mind. So in any event, to Katie's point, the amount of money that you put into one of these resolutions is the maximum amount that you might have to get to work really sharpening the marshmallow on this. To give you an idea of the timeline, by March 15th, we need to be substantially go on the financing lease with VRA. We need to have the final number that we're willing to borrow down to the exact number by the time this prices, which will be in early April. And then this would close and the money would be available in early May. It would close, I believe, on April 28th is the target date, although it might be a couple of days before or after that. We have already, I can go through the details of why it works this way for tax purposes, but we've already spent down the vast majority of the money out of reserves, and we passed what's called a reimbursement resolution, which allows us to spend money ahead of time out of our reserves and then replenish our reserves out of the proceeds of the debt. I think it's actually not the vast majority, but it is a good percentage. So right now, we're actually under the gun to make sure and issue debt for the 911 system in order not to create federal tax problems. So just wanted to throw that out there in order to be clear about it.
And if it's helpful, the two payments that were listed on the AP approval for this board agenda are both these two projects related to that. So I was pretty sure you guys knew that, but
So that was actually a little higher than we talked about yesterday. We were talking sort of in the $7 million range, so it actually turned out to be a little higher, which will.
so so that was the payment today. What we were talking about yesterday was with what had been budgeted previously. And
Oh, so 7 million has already been paid. Okay.
so essentially,
Oh, okay.
so that 7 million was not out the door money, but it was reflected in committed fund balance. So it wasn't separate and apart, if that makes it. It had not actually left our bank account, but it was set aside and committed and not in unassigned.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions for Ms. Davis, but Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to ask Mr. LaRue to step up and talk about some of the actual finance details in terms of what monies we need to borrow. So there's a big number out there, and I think we can limit that number or reduce that number. And I'd like to hear some additional details on how we might do that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll see if we can get through this. I think Mr. Watts has got the presentation up. So Mike had already spoken about the Virginia Resource Authority. I thought that probably needed to be some definitions around this whole thing, which VRA is the acronym for the Virginia Resource Authority that provides funding for localities in the Commonwealth on a regular basis. Also, some other terminology that might be applicable here that might be helpful would be the Virginia Pooled Financing Program, which is a program within VRA that enables local governments to pool bonds from a mass of the localities across the Commonwealth. They come together, they aggregate the needs of those localities, and then they end up putting out a larger bond rather than individuals along the way. So it's a cost-saving measure for us, as well as a more efficient way of actually securing funds into the future. They normally end up having a spring pool and a fall pool and sometimes a summer pool, as you can see from the presentation. So what we would be looking for is to potentially enter the spring pool, which, as Mr. Lockaby said, that there needs to be a determination made by March the 15th, I think is the date. And so at that point, you would end up having an idea about how much money that you wanted to borrow to actually cover these expenses. And then those bonds would sell. They would sell the bonds, and then you would know what the interest rates were and things of that sort, the minutia of that. Generally, you end up having lower interest rates associated with the bond pool because of its localities across the Commonwealth that's coming together to actually do this work. And so let's switch to the next. So the projects, as have been described, were to be financed, and there was also a parameter resolution that was talked about here. The parameter resolution is the largest number that would end up being. I think Mr. Lockaby mentioned that the largest number is the 36 million, which if you add these two together, the emergency services radio system, 21 million, and then the 911 center and Reed Mountain Fire Department, 15 million. Add those together, you get 36. And I think that's what was in your packet associated. That's the highest level that you would even think about borrowing. However, as was already discussed, was that part of that has already been paid for with fund balance of the from the board and approved prior to now. And then today you ended up adding some to that. So from an ideal, this is just an idea for the board to reduce the borrow amount because it's substantial amount of savings if you end up or are able to actually reduce that 36 million, because that's the highest that you would end up being. And that may be the ideal, if you will, from the finance perspective, but also to try to get that down some, that you have already paid approximately $7 million associated with the radio system. And there could end up being, this is just a suggestion and something that would be up to the board's purview, whether you wanted to do it or not, is to potentially maybe use an additional $4 million, not refund yourself from the 7 that's already been spent. Use an additional $4 million out of reserves. We have somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 million, close to that, as far as the reserves that are unobligated. And then you would have cash funded toward the debt, $11 million toward the 36 million. Simple math that I would do is that the suggested borrow would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 million rather than 36 million. So if you look at the savings, I did an amortization on both of these from 25 million borrowed versus 36 million borrowed. So with that reduction, if you will, in the amount from the max down to the 25, for a 25-year term at 5% interest rate, I think that the 5% is a conservative number because it's going to be a little lower than that, and I would anticipate. However, just for an example, if my math is correct, you would end up having a savings of $8,291,471 on straight amortization. Now, I would caution that VRA does not use straight amortization in everything that they do, so it could vary a little bit from that number, but you're still somewhere in the ballpark on that. And of course, I used whole numbers here as far as the 21 million versus the 36. I also did not get into the weeds on the, I think it's the total max is 36,035,000. So I didn't get into the weeds on all of that either. However, these were just general concepts. So on the refinancing, and in your packet, I think it has the term refunding. Refunding is sort of government speak for refinancing in some ways. So I thought that this was interesting, is that things can get so twisted a little bit here because of the terminology is different and things of that sort. But also I thought that it was interesting, even the terminology of the jail, because the jail construction had a bond, has a bond currently from the construction bond, not as in bonding out of jail. There's a difference there, but still you've got the same words. So a jail construction bond was issued in 2014 for $13,150,000 that actually built the jail. You have a current balance of about $7 million on that, making payments on that on a regular basis, but you still have a balance of about $7 million that would get paid off by, I think the date was 2033. And with the projections by the financial advisors that PFM, Christy, that each one of you have met and worked with already this year, with PFM, has concluded that there could be a potential savings of around, and because the bond has not been sold, so you don't know what the rates would end up being for the bond, of about $42,000 per year until 2033, for a total of approximately $252,000 in total savings. that could potentially happen as a result of refinancing that jail debt. If there are no savings, whenever it gets down to it, and she sees that there's really no savings based off of the interest rates, if that were the case, then the bond would not be refinanced and you would just go on as is. However, your authorization to move forward would go in case there was a savings. And so there's really two different things that we're talking about here. You're talking about refinancing something that's already have the debt on. And then the other one is to pay the bills for the two projects that you have already authorized to move forward, which was the 911 center and the fire department build, as well as the communication system. So two separate things. It's just convenient to actually have it all spoken about in the same time, because both of those are would be funded through VRA. So what I would suggest, and of course, that's up to the board to make those recommendations and to move forward with it, is yes, you have the authorization up to 36 million. However, I'm not sure that that's where you need to be. I think it needs to reduce that down somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 or $26 million, and just set that as the goal, that you would end up using that. You would use the balance from fund balance to actually level that out. Now, the other verifications that I would suggest, if you go that route, is that give a little bit of time, and you still have a little bit of time to do this, but would be to give a little bit of time for the finance department to run figures that needed to be. I'm not the finance person. Katie does a wonderful job, and we would count on her to do that. Also, we would get in touch with PFM, our financial advisors, and making sure that they are in concurrence with the plan as what we've discussed here. And we would also contact Robinson Farmer Cox, our auditors, just to make sure. So it's a check, and it's a balance, and it's a recheck of everything that would end up taking place. So we would verify and assure that they would be supportive of the funding concept, and then bring that back to you at some point here in the relatively near future. So those are, if you have questions or anything, I can.
Mr. Lure, a couple
Sure.
thoughts, a couple follow-up. First of all, thank you for that description, and thank you, Ms. Davis, for going above and beyond to determine what it is that we're attempting to loan money for and the reason behind that. I'd go so far as to say thank you for bringing in the outside consultant, PFM, and making sure that we have an outside opportunity to look at that from a neutral standpoint. There's a couple pieces of this when we look and when we know that we're going to talk about our unassigned fund. There's a couple pieces of that I'd like to make sure that I understand and that we have that mentioned here today. And that would be, there is a floor to our unassigned balance. I'd like to establish what that is, how we came to that conclusion. And I'd also like to talk about what the bond rate experience would be if we were to surpass that floor. So there's a couple of key components about what we're going to loan, why we're going to loan it, and how the loan actually functions from this bond perspective. Would you elaborate for me, please?
Me too, or Katie?
Whoever would like to take that one.
Come on up, Katie.
So to address your question about fund balance, our fund balance policy is 25% of anticipated expenditures. So right now that puts us at around 25 million. Best practice stipulates no less than roughly 2 months of planned expenditures, or 17%. So ours is actually considered very strong. Now, that being said, that is an internal policy. That is not a legal requirement, but that is where our fund balance policy currently stands. And certainly it would be advisable to not violate it. If we did want to do something that we thought was going to take it below that, I would definitely recommend we look at revising that, or at least coming up with a plan for replenishment. And I'm sorry, there was a few different questions in there. What else can I answer?
Sure. First, thank you. Thank you for pointing out that Botetourt County does have a form of check and balance with regards to our unassigned fund and what that floor looks like. So thank you for that. And the second part is, should we exceed that floor, that could adversely affect our bond rate. And I'd like to just make sure that myself and some folks in the audience and those who are live streaming might have a question. If you could elaborate on that piece, please.
So again, yes, it absolutely could have a negative impact just as far as financial management, because that is something that the rating agencies look at and review. It doesn't help to have a policy if you aren't following it. That being said, what I would recommend we do is we could strengthen the policy by, again, adding a plan of what replenishment looks like, should we use it, what the timeline is, how quickly. Again, with still keeping in mind that there are certain benchmarks that if we did lower the policy below, would still not be looked favorably upon. But that is something that we could do to further strengthen that policy. And again, in consideration of if we thought we might be going below our established level, we could sort of have a minimum, maximum, and a target and make the 25% the target rather than the minimum, if that makes sense.
It makes total sense. And there should be some barriers for us to keep us on track with how we make these decisions. And I just wanted to point those out. So thank you for adding some context to that.
Sure,
Thank you.
absolutely.
So one more thing. So in addition, so we have had individual discussions in the way that the law requires us to have roundtable discussions as opposed to a group discussion. But we have had discussions also to incorporate into our consideration $10 million that we are expecting to be owed for the courthouse project in the fall. So that's something else that we also talked about. And there is a possibility that that $10 million could be drawn from the unassigned fund. And that would still leave us at an adequate level.
Right. Of course, that of course also depends on what we ultimately do in this case. But
Right,
yes,
right.
Where we are standing now, absolutely. But,
Right.
yeah.
So really, initially, we were talking about, for the actual debt we were talking about incurring was a total of $46 million, $36 million for these two projects, and then $10 million for the courthouse down the road. And now we are looking at all of that borrowing being in the amount of $25 million, the rest coming out of the unassigned fund.
I believe, yes, that would accurately summarize Mr. LaRue's proposal. And keep in mind, just for additional context, the 46 million was sort of the sum total of all the projects that were being considered for financing. I don't think there was ever an intent or recommendation to do a financing for that full amount because we have a healthy fund balance. Certainly, we want to tap into that while being mindful of established policies.
Right, right. That was sort of the outside limit of
Yes.
what it would be. Right, thank you.
And that's one of the things that just wanted to make mention is that any action associated with these two projects and with the refinancing, because refinancing would not have any effect on that fund balance. However, on these two projects, you would not be approaching anywhere close to the minimum or the required amount, either one, as far as the fund balance at this point. And so also, I verified prior to this meeting and just making sure the timing was about when the courthouse would end up needing the additional funding. And it would not be, obviously now, it's not part of the schedule. So it would be in the future, may end up being at the end of 26, or it could even be in possibility in calendar year 27. So we'll just have to see how the progress takes place, and what we would all like to see is the progress on the courthouse build take place sooner, so that push it hard. And we actually have a really professional person who is pushing that on a daily basis and is very pleased with the progress that is taking place. And so Mr. Rich Evans is doing a fantastic job on that. And so what we would like to do is to push that as fast and furious as possible. And then that would end up potentially reducing cost as well, just because of the amount of time. So.
And I'll add, if it's Okay, just one item to add any additional clarification for why we're looking at these two projects now and the courthouse later on. The timing of the courthouse expenditures are such that if we were to consider it for financing now, there's something called a spending exception when you issue bonds for of this magnitude that starts at 6 months. So if you hit those benchmarks of spending down those funds, then you are exempt from arbitrage rebate, which obviously is the goal.
Yeah.
So if we did that now, we would not be able to hit those and could be subject to that. So just to give a little more context for why 2 now and 1 possibly down the road.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, you need to be closer to the time that the money needs to be used, in essence.
Yeah,
Is what
makes
that,
sense.
is what that happens. Any additional questions?
Board members?
I just have one additional kind of comment. I mean, for me, it's also important in our deliberations to include some use of Google funds, should we ever get those, to pay down this debt and all of our debt as well.
Sure. We should see that coming in the near future.
Okay.
So basically, we're just waiting on our auditor to let us know. as far
So,
as fund balance, not to get too low and
So
Hurt our bond.
if the board would proceed with giving us the thoughts, do you like this plan or not? If you wanted to go with the plan that I presented as an option, then we would proceed with letting Katie work with PFM and with Robinson Farmer Cox just to verify everything and making sure all the numbers work and how it all fits together. And of course, we've got Mike on the line too, so he would have to weigh into this as far as the legal sides of things. But bring all of that back together if that's something that you wanted to do. Bring that back together at some time here relatively soon to the board so that you could end up making a final decision and potentially pass the resolution that would be needed for the VRA funding to take place.
And I think that most of the board has spoke on this. There was a March 10th date that we're looking at to try to get this accomplished, and hopefully about 6:00 p.m. if we could.
March 10th.
Would that work out all right with the board members?
yeah, so
That would be great.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I think we had, if that is the time that you would like to do that, and maybe what you could do is recess this meeting until then, if you chose to do so, so that it would be a continuation.
Yes, sir.
So, so I take it that that is the direction that you would like to go in the 25. Is that, I just want to get a verbal, if that's okay, Mr. Scott Horn, Dr. Scott Horn.
What I would actually like to see, if everybody else agrees with it, is to really get, a real fix on the numbers that we have, so that we could see if we could possibly reduce the $25 million and possibly
Even
take
more.
take more money out of the unassigned fund after you guys have had a chance to look at it and all these factors are assessed. So I'm,
Direction wise, it sounds like it would be,
Yeah, I think the direction of
Positive
being
direction.
less than staying with 36
okay.
from the board members.
With that, I think that we have the direction to actually look at that and see how low you can go to reduce the borrow as much as possible and still be prudent, financially prudence,
Yes, sir.
Yes.
have financial prudence.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
thank you.
thank you.
And we can go to number 11, consideration of resolution of the signed ordinance text amendments.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. It's nice to see you all today. We are seeking a resolution to move a potential series of text amendments to the Planning Commission through staff work and with the Planning Commission for an ultimate public hearing. So this isn't exactly in your packet, but the procedure when a text amendment to the zoning ordinance or comprehensive plan is initiated is that we come to the board and really just kind of ask if that is something that the board wants us to even move forward with at all. At that point in time, we would then, the amendments, if authorized, which these are county requested amendments anyways, become basically the county's text amendments. And we work with the folks that have requested it with the planning commission, usually do some work sessions on some things to then take what we believe is the best packet of information forward to the planning commission for public hearing. And so this is a request as an effort that in working with Director of Economic Development, Rosner, on helping to facilitate a little bit more visibility for our industrial business owners who may not have immediate visibility and have been actually requesting these kinds of considerations and ordinance amendments for some time. We just really hadn't had the bandwidth to spend the time to do that, but with Director Rosner's help and others, we feel that we're in a good position to put that kind of on our packet, on our work plan, if you will. We have a few other amendments there as well, and really work to try to get some of those in just a little bit more modernized, a little bit better place, so that we're, again, not opening up the door to signage everywhere, but helping just to increase the visibility for our industrial partners. So that request is just to move that forward into the work plan for the staff and get that on an upcoming planning commission public hearing.
Does anybody have any questions on this? If not, do I hear a motion?
Before we get to that, since we're looking at revamping this, does it make sense to also include finding authority?
A finding authority?
Yes.
So for the ordinance allows us in certain series of times to do some type of civil penalties and criminal. And so we typically will work through that and based on the case scenario. Certain types of violations of the zoning ordinance have to be criminal, and some can be civil. Some go from one to the other. It's pretty complicated. Signage is one of those that we typically do see a opportunity for resolution prior to going to court. But I know that we have over a dozen cases right now that we're working with legal to get onto a future docket for those folks that we're not able to come to a resolution on or get them into compliance. Our ultimate goal is to get folks into compliance. It's not to chase people. We do not do any proactive enforcement other than pulling the signs up that are within the VDOT right away. And so I do have that ability for certain types of ordinance amendments right now. We can sit down and kind of go through those in a later date if that works for you, and just kind of talk through that a little bit more if you'd like.
So is the idea, Nicole, to do something to increase the size or the prominence of signage for our industrial partners? What is the thought behind it?
So signage it's a four-letter word, and that can mean, multiple things to multiple people, but it's a very complicated regulation between what the federal government has said we can and cannot regulate and what the state allows us to be able to regulate. And so there's all kinds of complexities and parts and pieces. One of those in Botetourt County is that we do not allow off-site signage anywhere. So where that comes into play for our industrial partners is this the ability to advertise or to promote the signage, say out here or at East Park. We have a pretty, not so pretty sign at East Park that we are not able to utilize to the best capacity. And that's really how this came about, is really trying to figure out a way. Folks that come in to work or to come in to do deliveries here in Greenfield get turned around. It's that kind of thing that we have an opportunity to do a directory sign, but the way the ordinance is written right now is so small, it really would not serve a purpose. And so what we're doing is really looking at all of those interlocking parts and pieces to figure out what is the best way that we can help our business partners, but also not open the door up because of the way that signage and content is regulated, that we're not opening up the door to more signage than we want to have. So it's just like I always say about zoning, it's a balance. And so what we're trying to do is figure out the best path forward there. There are also some of our companies who have asked for a little bit bigger signage. We did a modification to allow some interstate signage. And we're looking into that as well as a potential tweak and what that looks like. And so it's really just kind of hearing from folks who maybe need to see things a little bit differently, seeing if it can work without opening the door to a whole host of things that we might not otherwise want to see.
Okay, thank you.
And so do I hear a motion for the adoption to go to the planning commission for further review?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I will take the initial one. And anybody opposed? Thank you. Mr. Lockaby, Mr. McCoy, we're going to bring in the pro rata utility policies. Mr. Lockaby.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Watts, I don't think that I can actually put that presentation up on my computer. Do you have that presentation available?
He does not. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah, I could get it on there while you're talking.
Yes. Did you, I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Lockaby. If you could email that to him right now, we'll get that pulled up.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
I've got it, Mike. I've got it.
You have it?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
I'll get that.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the objective of this policy is let me take one step back. I know we're looking at having a couple of major projects potentially coming to Botetourt County that are going to have significant off-site water and or sewer infrastructure associated with them. Right off the top of my head, we can look at Google, we can look at the Gateway Circle development, and while neither of those is 100% sure that they're going to come, there's a we believe that there is a very, very strong chance, like better than 90%. And both of them will require a lot of water, and I believe in the case of Gateway Circle, also a non-trivial amount of sewer infrastructure to be built that's not within the footprint of the development itself. So Botetourt County has historically, in accordance with general state law, we've required people to construct all of the water and sewer infrastructure necessary for the internal connections within their development. So if somebody comes in and wants to put in a residential subdivision, they have to pay to construct all of the internal lines to the specifications of either the Western Virginia Water Authority or a town, if it's going to be part of one of the town's system. Then after it's constructed, they turn it over to the ultimate owner. That has worked pretty well in the past, largely because there was not a large amount of development that needed to be done outside the footprint of the development itself. But these projects that we're looking at now will require substantial off-site development of utility infrastructure. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware that the county code actually addresses this issue. It says, a subdivision is to be within 1,000 feet of a publicly owned water or sewer system, or a property is subject to the mandatory connection requirements of this chapter, which that would be a new development within 300 feet of a main. The developer shall construct all necessary pumping stations, gravity sewer lines, water mains, accessory equipment, and storage to connect to the facilities of the utility provider, or as otherwise required by the regulations of the Western Virginia Water Authority or a municipal corporation. The cost of work, including off-site facilities, shall be the responsibility of the developer. Can we go to the next slide, Brent? So you can see that typically this is not built out by the time that we approve a subdivision plat or a site plan. At that stage, we're just there for permitting. And at that point, a developer signs what's called a development agreement with the county, and sometimes Western Virginia or a town is also a party to that agreement, where they provide a surety, which is typically a construction bond or a letter of credit that secures their faithful completion of the utility infrastructure. For what it's worth, they also will post a surety for completion of the road infrastructure, so that so that we can make sure that it's completed to VDOT standards, but that's a somewhat separate process. Have the next slide, Brent. So to the point I was making before, the developments, we have a couple of developments coming through that are bigger than what we've had before and that are requiring more offsite infrastructure. And there's an additional issue here that there is a likely need for a fourth regional water supply. Now, we knew that Carvin's Cove was going to be essentially tapped out by 2050, and that a new water supply would therefore need to come online approximately by 2060. And for what it's worth, tapped out means at pumping at 80% of its capacity. Because of some of the development that's coming online, that's actually going to happen. If Google happens, it's going to happen what sooner, probably more like the 2030s. And because it's been moved up, it's more important for us to get ahead on how we're going to pay for and to make the major developers that are necessitating moving this up in the capital improvement program for Western Virginia Water Authority to play their role in solving the problem that they're creating. Can we move forward? General planning principles, and John McCoy, this is something where you are more welcome to jump in on as the man of planning principles. New development should internalize its infrastructure costs. And I know that this is something that you, Mr. Snyder, really felt particularly strongly about this past fall, as we were going through revisions to the comprehensive plan. And that in general, digging up makes for bumpy roads. So you want to do that as infrequently as possible and build things once rather than building them multiple times by digging things up and investing money twice in construction work. We move to the next slide. So pro rata policy is a type of policy. It's authorized by 2 sections of the Code of Virginia. It provides for the first option, which is oversized infrastructure. And this is optional. You don't need to do this, but I think it's important for me to raise it up to you so that you can tell me if we need to jump off and not do this piece. Oversizing the infrastructure allows one developer to oversize their infrastructure in order to support a further on anticipated development. The second thing, which I think from my standpoint, and I think John McCoy would support me on this, that's pretty much essential in our current scenario, is to provide a mechanism for developers to pay for offsite infrastructure necessitated by their development. And note that from the standpoint of a developer, this can make development feasible that otherwise they simply could not do, we would just say no. But from our side, it makes sure that if we're going to have to do major new developments, that the person who is creating that impact is the person that's actually going to pay for that impact. We move to the next slide. So I wanted to have an example. This is the oversized infrastructure scenario. And again, I think this lays it out pretty well. John wants to build a new subdivision. It's within 1,000 feet of an existing main. His development is just going to require a 6-inch main. But we know, because the comp plan says that there should be another development beyond it. It's already zoned for it. We've already heard from Jane that she has an option on the land and plans to do this. That she's going to want to do something that's going to require yet another 6-inch main. Rather than dig up the roads twice, rather than put in 2 pipes, what happens is that John and Jane enter an agreement where Jane agrees to pay back John for her pro rata share of building a 10-inch main instead that will serve both of them. And it's not unusual for a locality to have sort of a template agreement that allows for that and to have that built into their development process. Can we go to the next slide, Brent? The other bigger one is offsite facilities. I already mentioned how we have a couple of major developments coming in that will require significant offsite utility enhancements. These are not things that are part of Western Virginia's spending plan. They are certainly not anything that's part of Botetourt County's spending plan. And consequently, it's a new thing. These were things that nobody anticipated really having to worry about for another 20 or 30 years, and yet here we are. Can we move to the next slide? So the first piece is that we have to have a general water and sewer improvement plan in place. Now, Western Virginia Water Authority has already started work on that plan, which is funded in part by Google and has been funded in part by us. That we also need to establish standards to allocate the responsibility for costs among the different users. So if it serves only one user, then they pay 100%. If more than one, then it is allocated based upon anticipated costs, which is in turn based upon that general water and sewer improvement plan. Laying out those standards in detail is what we want to bring in writing with great clear detail for you in March, but wanted to lay out that general principle for you today so that you were aware of it and you had the ability to look at it. And then the actual facilities would probably be built by Western Virginia the offsite facilities, I should say, would actually probably be built primarily by Western Virginia Water Authority or a town using the pro rata funds. So, for example, Google is probably going to be a multi-phase development. And we know that there is a first phase. And I know the Western Virginia Water Authority has now put up the unredacted documents, and we're free to say what we need to say, so to speak. The initial phase would have a maximum reservation of 2 million gallons per day, which is well within the capacity of Carvin's Cove to provide. And again, I'm not saying that based upon Mike's authority. I'm saying that based upon what I've been told by Mike McAvoy with the Water Authority. All of the delivery infrastructure to deliver that 2 million gallons to Greenfield would be paid for by Google under the pro rata policy. So Google has already verbally agreed to do that. But I think that having this legal policy in place provides us the backing to be able to say, it's great if you're willing to be a stand-up developer and do the right thing. But even if you're not willing to be a stand-up developer and do the right thing, we're going to put our foot down and make you do it. If there are subsequent phases, then it might get a little bit different, and I'll get to that. So in any case, what happens is that based upon those engineering estimates and based upon the regional plan, the developer gives a surety or a cash escrow for their pro rata share of the costs of the development, which could be anywhere from, it could be a proportion, it could be up to 100%. Then the public authority has 12 years to begin work, and the developer pays their pro rata share of the work. If you don't begin within 12 years, it's considered to be that the public authority has abandoned the project, and the funds can then be released or used as a real estate tax credit. We have the next slide. Now, I wanted to be clear that there is a possibility that the Google development could require more water than is currently available from Carvin's Cove, and Google has been told and is well aware of this fact. If that is the case, then that water supply that otherwise would not be required until 2060 or the 2060s suddenly becomes something that we need to be worried about during the 2030s. And honestly, nobody has any idea how anybody would pay for something like that in the 2060s. But by having a pro rata agreement, we can require Google to pay for its share of that impact. There is an agreement between the county and the Western Virginia Water Authority that provides for the county to pay for a portion of a major new water supply if required by the Google development. And the county would meet its share of that largely, if not entirely, from the pro rata funds that would be paid in order to make that investment possible. I think some of you might have seen the headline from Mike McAvoy that the greater risk is not to have Google on the hook for this. And I think that Mike spoke very truly in that respect. A major developer that is willing to put money on the table to develop something like this is something that it doesn't happen every day. We have the next slide. Now, I did want to mention to you that there are bumpers on this. This isn't something that everybody gets to do. All the infrastructure still has to comply with the county comprehensive plan. It all still needs to be within designated water and sewer service territory. And on our comprehensive plan, water towers, major pump stations, and supply facilities are individually shown. So that means that the Board of Supervisors has discretion over where those facilities will be and, frankly, whether those facilities will be. And secondly, the use of the pro rata method is discretionary, and it would be a relatively small subset of developments and facilities where it would even make sense. But when you're looking at some of these facilities that will require major offsite extensions like Google or Gateway Circle, it becomes a particularly important tool to have in your toolbox. I think that's the end of the slideshow. Is that right, Brent?
Yes.
Yeah. So board members, I'm willing to answer questions. Just for clarity, there will be a, 8 or 10 page single spaced policy that will present with a little bit more detail to you in March, unless you all jump up and down and say you're not interested in having one of these policies. But I would love to answer any questions you have to try to fill in any gaps I've left.
Any questions?
I did have one question.
Yes.
So, Mike, there's a lot of talk about Botetourt County being on the hook for $100 million for development of a new water supply by virtue of a contract with the West Virginia Water Authority. Would this pro forma policy ensure that that $100 million would be paid by Google?
Nothing is sure in life, but the short answer is that this was the plan that was put on the table in order to make that as close to happening as possible. The numbers are not tied 100% directly to Google, but that $100 million commitment doesn't get triggered unless Google needs that extra water that comes in the subsequent phases. And similarly, the pro rata policy that would require them to pay a portion of the required offsite facilities to serve their subsequent phases would only be triggered at that point. I'm not a municipal financial advisor. I'm just a lawyer, but I think that the vision is based upon everything that we have on hand, that Google would wind up paying most, if not all, of that cost.
Mr. Lockaby,
Yes, sir.
this example is based around water.
Yep.
One of the things that the Planning Commission has seen is a propensity of individual developments to come in without acknowledgement of the individual developments as a whole. So Planning Commission would see a development come in 6 months later, 2 years later, another one. Next thing you know, you have 10 total. One of the arguments that I've had for quite some time is there's no opportunity to do this in relation to other infrastructure factors. Is this a step in the right direction for things outside of water? Roads, for example.
So it is with respect to stormwater. And there is some authority in the county code for that. Roads, however, and this is kind of unfortunate, if you're a county that has grown by population of more than 5% between the last two censuses, then you can put in a policy, something like this, with respect to transportation. We did not actually grow by more than 5% between 2010 and 2020. And so we actually can't put that into place. We'll see. I know that Mrs. Pendleton and I will be keeping a close eye on what happens when the 2030 census comes out in 2031 to see if we can extend this to the transportation realm as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mike, for giving us. Hope you feel better soon, but appreciate
Thank
your time. Any comments that you want to, any other comments on that? Yes, that will be brought back in our March meeting, correct? Okay.
That's the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we can go to our appointments, consider nomination of Hunter Young for reappointment for the Board of Zoning Appeals by the Circuit Court. Mr. Young's current terms are March 31st, 2026. If reappointed, the new term will end March 31st, 2030. And Mr. Young is willing to serve. Do I have a motion? I will make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Consider reappointment of Gary LaRue to the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority. If reappointed, next term will end February 3rd, 2030. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Could we just have a moment of discussion about that? I have no idea what that position is.
Mr. LaRue, if you give her a background on.
The Regional Industrial Facilities Authority is a group that Botetourt is a member of. And it's ends up allowing member organizations to actually have projects together between localities. So one of the projects that is currently taking place right now is the Woodhaven project at the interchange of 581 and Interstate 81. And that is actually owned by Roanoke County, Roanoke City, and Salem City. And as an example. And there may end up being future projects between Roanoke County and Botetourt County, or between other jurisdictions that might end up taking place in the future. We have not had projects yet, but I do know that that we are trying to exercise the opportunities to see what might end up taking place between those. Currently, we have the seats on that authority. Actually, Mr. Rosner sits on that authority, as well as myself. And I'm the chair of the authority as far as that goes. But we do not have any projects yet.
Thank you.
But it allows projects to take place
Thank you.
with 2 or more member jurisdictions.
So all of these member jurisdictions have representatives that are sitting on this
Yes.
board.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, I think that's great. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, I vote in favor of it.
Then next one is consider reappointment of David Mormon to the Western Virginia Regional Industrial Facility Authority, if reappointed. Next term will end February 3rd, 2030. Anybody want to, I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? And now citizens' comment. So we have a book here. So Sharon Porter.
Sharon Porter, Fincastle District. This is my letter from the Fincastle Herald last month. I would like to congratulate the 2 newest supervisors to the county board, Ms. Rotman of Buchanan and Mr. Snyder of Amsterdam. Also, Mr. Michael of Blue Ridge and Mr. Nicely of Fincastle are relatively new members to the board. I want to remind our supervisors they represent the citizens of Botetourt County, not the county administration or the County Economic Development Authority. All forecasted projects should be announced and discussed with the citizens before approval. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Michael Grimm, Buchanan.
Michael Grimm, I'm from Buchanan District for 65 years now. I thought long and hard about my opening sentence, and I decided to say, "Hi, how are y'all today?" And excuse me. I want to tell y'all a little bit about myself today. For those of you that don't know me, I know Ms. Rotman knows me pretty well. I am a law-abiding, God-fearing citizen of Botetourt County, living on land passed down through generations, at least back to the early 1860s and probably much further. I'm a retired maintenance technician with over 45 years of on-the-job experience. I've been responsible as the last line of defense against breakdowns in a couple of the most advanced technological manufacturing facilities in the eastern United States, including but also here in our county. I've dealt with analyzing facts, data, and tools. I'll get further into that in a moment. First, I would like to thank Sheriff Matt Ward for taking time to meet with me to discuss the 2A sanctuary reaffirmation. Matt thinks it may be counterproductive because anti-gun Democrats are in power in Richmond and funding could be withheld from the sheriff's department in retaliation for standing with your pro-2A constituents on their 2A rights, such as was reported by Senator Bill Stanley on February 20th, 2020 by Democrat Majority Leader Dick Saslaw. I say that we need to take a stand or we will be back here again, repeating history for a third time. I dare say I do not want to have to do that, please. I would personally prefer that my tax money be spent to fund our sheriff's department to offset any loss of funding if necessary and make sure everyone knows why. I ask that you have town hall meetings to discuss this with your constituents and be open and honest. And I'm sure you will. If they all think I'm wrong, well, I say America. Some facts I'm going to present to you here today. Whereas the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And I think the word shall is a pretty strong word in that statement. And number two, whereas the United States Supreme Court in District of Columbia versus Heller, 554 U.S. 570 in 2008, determined that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to possess firearms. Number three, certain legislation that has or may be introduced in the General Assembly and certain legislation which has or may be introduced in the United States Congress could have the effect of infringing on the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms as guaranteed by our Second Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. I appreciate that. And also, I'm not finished, excuse me.
But actually, your 3 minutes are up. Can you summarize? Diane, can you summarize it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I will say that there is a list of 33 counties that have already reaffirmed their Second Amendment sanctuary policies. So I don't think it's a big stretch to do that here. And as with my history of here, two of my ancestors fought with Von Heer's troops and protected George Washington at Valley Forge. Okay, that's how far this, and history and tradition is very strong in our Constitution, and the courts and some of the recent 2A legislation have been able to uphold that based on our Second Amendment, based on history and the history and of all that. So, but anyway, I have a lot of history and I've traced it all the way back that far, and I feel pretty strong about it. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, sir.
Sorry, I took
No. That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Could I just make a comment, Matt? So I had talked with Mike Lockaby about the possibility of compiling another Second Amendment resolution. He thought that if there were at least two supervisors who wanted to do that, he could go ahead and formulate something to present to us.
We can talk about it on the board comments. Carl Morris.
Carl Morris, Valley District. It's been well over a year where people have propositioned this board and the library board to remove the LGBTQ books. Since that time, nothing in the county has been done. In Llano County, Texas, the library board, I get that, library board, not like our library board, removed 17 of the books in question. The ACLU sued the library board. The suit made it all the way up to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which decided in the library board's favor. It was appealed to the United States Supreme Court, but they've refused to hear the case. So the decision of the lower court stands. Therefore, a precedent has been set. We no longer have to fear the ACLU. Today, I just want to talk to you about one letter, T, transgender. Here's some facts that you might find interesting. Less than 1% of the population is transgender. Now, it is increasing, and there's a reason for it. Murders committed by transgender individuals. 2018, Aberdeen, Maryland, 4 people dead. 2022, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 5 people dead. 2023, Nashville, Tennessee, 6 people dead. 2024, Perry, Iowa, 1 dead, 5 wounded. 2025, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 2 dead, 29 wounded. 2026, Tumbler Ridge, BC, 8 dead, 25 wounded. 2026, Pawtucket, Rhode Island, 3 dead, 3 wounded. Since public safety, which I just got to watch up on the board there, is a high priority, we should be able to designate some of those funds to remove some of these transgender books. Do you see any connection between these books and what's happening in our country? I have talked to quite a few people and read comments on social media about what is happening in our country. People are upset and do not have faith in this board. They believe you are making decisions based on your own personal agendas instead of what your constituents desire. Today, I am asking you to make a positive decision for the children in this county and just remove the teen transgender books. Show me that you have a heart for the children. Is that asking too much?
Dr. Singh? Dr. Singh?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm here to petition you to please keep Botetourt beautiful, and part of that is saving Orchard Lake. Orchard Lake has been part of Botetourt since about 1940, and even though the county did not know, they owned part of the dam for 30 years and did not upkeep it. The right thing to do is to preserve the natural beauty of our county and save that lake. People around the lake at this time are kind of in a holding pattern. Several homes are for sale. Prices are having to be decreased because they're not selling because of uncertainty. We do not want a rushed decision, and we applaud that the dam is going to be hazard rated, and we ask that Timmons get together with those interested after they've made their assessment as to the 3 options about taking care of the dam before the Board of Supervisors makes an independent decision without input from your tax-paying residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Carvin's Cove Center, Marlowe? There's no last name, though. Thank you. How about Zelda? Did she change her mind? Certainly may. Just first name and just write it.
My name's Chloe.
You're from what district?
Blue Ridge.
Thank you.
So, I appreciate you guys going through the financial stuff first. It became a little bit clear to me, and I don't want to assume that we might be selling out to Google a little bit. And not to mention, I don't think it's fair that we didn't. I mean, I don't know if the small like business loan grants knew that it was being funded by the Google Fund, half by the Google Fund. Like much less, I've talked to a lot of people that don't even really know that this is a potential build and that there is like talks of this happening, that the Water Authority has signed an NDA with Google. It's really concerning. So I love the local grants, but at the same time, I couldn't help but think about like, if I was getting that, I didn't know that was coming from Google, you know? Congratulations to everyone, by the way. Sorry, I'm a little shaken up because it's just like some of the stuff I was sitting through, I'm like, I can't believe like what we're prioritizing. Like we're talking about what books kids are reading. I work with kids. I was a first grade teacher. Right now, I run groups for adults with disability. The kids really aren't reading. Talk about fourth and fifth graders that can't read. So that has to do with vastly AI. I mean, I was graduating high school writing multiple page papers. That's not happening right now. You know, we have to really be mindful of the tools we are allowing kids to have. I've worked in a classroom. I've seen kids learn how to take apart a tablet because they don't want to be on it. And that is what we're forcing in front of them. I see a lot of people talking about keep the kids off the tablets. They're on them at schools. And honestly, it's data collection and that data is sold and it all goes back to these data centers. So yeah, and this is known as like the last best place left on earth. It's beautiful. And we have to be really careful about the relationships we build. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Mary Gregan?
Hopefully you can see me over this monitor. Oh, Lord, I might be too short for this. Hello, my name is Mary Elizabeth Taylor. The legal documents don't reflect it, but that is my name. I was raised in Rockbridge County. I gave birth to my two daughters, one in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, one in Tucson, Arizona, and then I moved back here to raise them in the place that I call home. That to this day, my parents are still members of Rockbridge County. It's a place I hold very dear to my heart. It's where I fell in love, where I got married, and I'm back now, and I'm with my children, and life is pretty great. They're enrolled in Cloverdale Elementary. It's beautiful, and I'm really concerned that the beautiful vision that I, as a mother, had for my children in growing up in Botetourt County has been sold effectively to Google. And I'll acknowledge my own heartbreak with that reality because I came back home to raise my children here. And it really breaks my heart that the place I wanted to share with them is sold or being sold. So I just want to speak in favor of increased investigation regarding the data center that is also, I believe, directly next to Greenfield Elementary. My children don't attend there, but those data centers make a lot of noise and they generate a lot of energy. And it's right next to a little elementary school. And I just, as a mom, I have a lot of concerns, and I really look forward to all y'all doing your due diligence to make sure that my children, when they are where I am right now, have the option to choose a beautiful, wonderful, exquisite place to call their home. And I really appreciate you taking the time to reflect on that. Also, I am one of those transgender people, and I would like you to please keep the tea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eli? No last name. Is that a change? Okay. Denise DeHart? I'm sorry. Yeah, fill out one of, I'll get you in just a second. Denise DeHart? Yes.
My name is Denise Dehart, and I'm in the Amsterdam district. And I just wanted to come on and say, and especially after hearing more today on this Google data center, that I'm deeply disappointed that our Board of Supervisors approved it. Respectfully, I do not believe the long-term impacts of bringing a Google data center to our community have been fully or thoughtfully considered. The potential strain on our water supply, the environmental consequences, and the lasting changes to the character of this beautiful region deserve more careful evaluation and transparency. I do not support the Google data center. I don't want it for my children, my grandchildren, and certainly for the generations to come. And I feel like it's our responsibility, not just the short-term economic promises, but the long-term health, sustainability, and well-being of our community. I urge and pray that as our leaders, that you all pause and reconsider and prioritize the people you represent and the people who call this place home. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Behrman? Nice. Jessica. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we can share. Thank you.
On redistricting?
Oh, thank you.
No. Water.
Okay. My name is Jessica Behrman. I'm from the Amsterdam district. I would like to address the issue of meeting times. I am in favor of the county moving the regular meeting times to 6 p.m. so that the public can attend more easily. I would also like to ask that a special public meeting be held regarding the Google AI data center. The lack of transparency with the residents of this county has been alarming, and I believe the residents of the county should be able to come together and have their concerns and objections heard by the Board of Supervisors. The county administration made a grave decision to go ahead with Google without proper studies on the impacts on shared resources such as water and electricity, and most of all, our fellow residents' future quality of life. The infrastructure required for this project exceeds anything the Board of Supervisors could have possibly envisioned. There are no businesses currently in Greenfield that will require resources and infrastructure anywhere near the huge amount a Google AI data center will require. For example, Google will require 8 million gallons of water daily. Those water resources are equivalent to a population of 88,000 people moving into Greenfield. And Google will draw electricity from a grid that is already woefully inadequate, according to its operator, PJM. We will all be affected by Google. The decision to keep this deal hush-hush has seriously undermined the trust and confidence of Botetourt County residents who pay taxes and the salaries of all county employees. So to quell some of the speculation and concerns, I urge the board to consider holding a special meeting in the evening to address the public regarding Google. I also urge the Board of Supervisors to require county administration to send out a letter to each and every taxpayer, letting them know about this special meeting and who their new neighbor will be. I also have a petition here that has been signed. It says we undersigned demand a special meeting from the Botetourt County Board of Directors at 6 p.m. for open discussion on the Google Data Center. So I'd like to.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Chad Bean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and member of the board. The agreements entered into between Botetourt County, the Economic Development Authority, the Western Virginia Water Authority, and Google represent some of the most consequential commitments in this county's history. The Economic Development Performance Agreement establishes a minimum $1 billion capital investment per building and a 20-year term per facility. That capital investment benefits Google's facilities. It is not a benefit to Botetourt County. It is not in itself a guarantee of long-term protection for the citizens of Botetourt County. The agreements, they limit liability. They explicitly deny third-party beneficiaries rights to citizens. It structures long-term tax commitments that benefit Google, contemplates substantial water and infrastructure expansions, and leaves critical future build-out triggers, including long-term system capacity dependent on conditions not fully defined today. At the same time, public discussions have acknowledged water constraints and the needs for expansion. Yet the public exposure, the cost ceilings, the stress scenario modeling, the full downstream infrastructure burden has not been clearly defined for citizens. When you combine contractual certainty for Google, limited enforcement rights for citizens, long-term tax structuring, infrastructure expansion tied to public systems, and liability limitations, it raises serious questions of balance. Even if the clause is technically lawful, the obligation of this board and of the county administration is not to simply facilitate investment. It is to protect the people of this community from long-term downside risk. If these agreements were entered into without independent modeling, without fully defined public cost protections, or without enforceable safeguards that prioritize citizens over corporate certainty, then the decision-making process itself requires a review. Accountability is not hostility toward business. It's governance. At a minimum, this board must formally review the processes that produce these agreements. If public protections are insufficient, you must revisit them, renegotiate them, or renege on terms that expose Botetourt County to disproportionate risk. The oath you took to this county were to the citizens and not to Google. Stop protecting the interests of corporations over the interests of your own citizens. Thank you.
Any Gold? Any Gold?
Hello, my name's Danny Goad. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address you here today. My comments are regarding the water supply in Botetourt County. A new pipe's being installed from Carvin's Cove. It's a 16-inch pipe. Do you know that the capacity of that pipe is 6,000 gallons per minute? Do you know that the capacity of Carvin's Cove is 19,500 gallons per minute? That's 30.7% of the capacity of Carvin's Cove. Do you know that? This 6,000 gallons per minute is not sufficient to supply the Google data center. And yet you're willing to take a third of the capacity of Carvin's Cove. Not only that, you're willing to spend maybe $100 million, maybe $300 million of taxpayer dollars to fund more water for a company that's going to consume a third of the water that Carvin's Cove produces. How much more can the people take in terms of taxes? Last year, our real estate taxes went up 20%. People are hurting. People can't afford to pay all these exorbitant taxes. And yet you have a secret deal with Google to limit their tax rate. Do you have a secret deal with Google to limit their tax rate? And here, before I came down here today, you're talking about $36 million more in debt that you're going to take on for projects you've already paid for? What are you planning to do? Is that part of the $100 million you're going to pay for Google's water? Is that part of the $300 million that you may pay for Google's water? Where are we going? Have you ever read any of the stories about Los Angeles and how they got their water? Botetourt County's had an abundance of water. The Roanoke Valley has had an abundance of water. But I can tell you in times past, when water was needed for chemical plants, they didn't put the plants 20 miles from a great source of water, or 30 miles, whatever the distance is to the James River. Now, I'm not advocating putting the Google data center on the James River, but it's senseless. You are hurting us. How many more wells will need to be drilled in Botetourt County because the water tables are going to be pulled down? This is a difficult position that you put us in. And I don't think you have the answers to these questions. Thank you.
Sure. Ben? Julie Bivens? Oh, Ben? Sir. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors, Botetourt County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak about the Google Data Center project. I'm sorry you are not able to speak back, but I missed my opportunity, and for that, I do apologize. There was, after all, a public hearing on November 26, 2024, when the Greenfield land was rezoned for building a data center. And that public hearing was publicly announced. You released the agenda on Friday, November 22nd, a whole 2 business days before. That's on me. I do apologize. If I had been paying attention, I would have seen the following language. C, Amsterdam District. The Economic Development Authority of Botetourt County requests a rezoning from the agricultural A1 use district to the Research and Advanced Manufacturing RAM use district, with possible profit conditions for a 62.767 acre portion of a 312.55 acre tract located at the terminus in International Parkway in Daleville and identified on the tax maps as a portion of 8826-3. D, the Botetourt County Board of Supervisors requests a text amendment to amend the Botetourt County zoning ordinance to incorporate the uses greenways and trails and data center and its definition to the Research and Advanced Manufacturing RAM use district. I don't know how I missed it. I do apologize. And that's too bad, because if I had been there, I could have heard in person your assurance that, quote, as this is a speculative request, no use or concept is identified at this time. Now, I know you had given Google a tour of the Roanoke Valley at the beginning of 2024, but I guess that was just sightseeing. It is a beautiful area, after all, with clear skies, clean water, and rugged natural beauty. It would be a real shame if anything were to happen to it. So I missed your assurance that the zoning change was purely speculative. I do apologize. But all the same, speaking only for myself, I would love to have a public dialogue on the matter, if you would. Thank you.
Smith?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. Thank you for letting me speak. Regarding the unknowns, which will be discovered only after the planned Google data center at Greenfield has been installed, I have concerns which are based on reasonable grounds. I fear we have traded reason for dollars. First is the management or mismanagement of our water resources as they are known, and regarding future use or depletion of local water resources and the proposed costs to develop more, which it appears by the contracts as they exist that Google is well insulated from incurring, despite the pro rata information that we received at the meeting today. The increased expense for water of the citizens and businesses in Botetourt County, and the trend for power costs to increase, which is evident in the areas where the data centers do exist already. Will there be enough water or power to maintain the industry without great expense? As I understand the status, no environmental impact study was performed. For reasons that appear obvious, this has me very alarmed. We will discover too little too late that this facility is not in alignment with the flora and fauna of Botetourt County. No small matter to me is the health and well-being of all the people who live and work here. I admit to being very concerned and conservative in this matter, but many of those products are known to do harm physiologically, psychologically, and socially with impacts greater than we can measure. With what already exists in the more negative aspects of social media and the legitimate fears to develop AI, wasn't it worth a conversation with the people whose values exist in this place where we live? If the products are ones we are all in agreement to produce, that's one thing. But if we're not in agreement to produce AI and the negative products that will come out of this facility, we should have had a discussion about that. Some lawmakers are now beginning to call for a moratorium on installing any more data centers as they exist without the development of legislation which protects both our resources and our lives as human beings and our health and well-being. I have concerns. Why was the deal made without seeking out what concerned people have to say about it? Please consider our interests carefully when you prepare to move forward with the permits and concessions, especially in light of the cap taxation rate that saves Google money that they will not have to pay. It disadvantages our businesses because business owners have to pay the increased rates to cap a rate that with a national company like Google is short-sighted at least. Thank you for your consideration. Good day, sirs.
Julie Bibbins, and if you'll mention the district you're in, Julie.
Hello. Hi, board. My name is Julie. As you mentioned, I am actually here from Roanoke City, so thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm here today to speak out against the hyperscale Google data center project. I oppose this project because of its scale and the massive amount of regional resources that it will use, most specifically our water and electricity. And it appears that there is very little to no oversight by the board for the purposes of mitigating damage to these resources. Why is Google not being held accountable to use the most efficient resource-saving technologies? And why is the county catering to Google's requests and making a $1 trillion corporation more of a priority than your constituents? I'm here today to also support Botetourt residents, as I've met many of them in the past couple of months, and they hold grave concerns about how this project will impact their electricity rates, their wells, their home values, and their quality of life. Botetourt government continues to tout this project as an economic win for the county, yet continually neglects to inform the public about the other side of the story. Botetourt government has not publicly talked about the $1.5 million discount that was given to Google on the land purchase. You don't talk about the tax exemption rates that Google will receive over the next 20 years, and you don't talk about the apparently $100 million to $300 million that the county is potentially on the hook for, of which we don't really understand apparently, for the new water supply. And that's a lot of money, as we all know. All of that is also a part of this Google project and significantly impacts any actual revenue received from it. You, the board, have the duty to be transparent with the public and to engage with your constituents about this in meaningful, democratic ways. Creating a new website about the project is not the way to listen to residents. You ask for people's questions and then provide incomplete, vague answers and partial truths. In fact, it's very much a way to shut down the public's concerns and to try to control the narrative. Linda Rotman and Tim Snyder, you both have done a great job in offering town halls since coming on the board just last month, from what I hear. And I applaud you both for being so responsible and for not neglecting those parts of public service. Now, please come together as a board and listen to your constituents. Listen to the community at large here. This project is a bad idea that's going to be a drain on our entire region unless you do something about it. Please be an example of how to do this right. There is still time to hold a town hall specifically about this project and to actually address our concerns instead of shutting them down. We want you to be fiercely protective of this beautiful county. Hold Google accountable to protect our community, and if they don't, then they should no longer have the privilege to build here. Either way, they already own the land, so you'll still get your property taxes. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Member Olson Lee.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to speak. I live in the Amsterdam district. So I also want to say that I think the data center as we know it to be, as a finite, huge monstrosity, a bad idea. I think it is a bad idea. I also think it's unrestricted. And we don't, and possibly you don't, by your own admission, know exactly how much water, for example, it's going to take, or what the drain exactly is going to be. And I question approving something before you really know what you're getting into, and of course, what you're putting all of your constituents into. So I don't know how your approval, I guess all that's happened so far is that you've sold the land. No, you have an actual plan and a footprint of a place. Yes or no? You can nod maybe. I wonder if there's a policy to limit the footprint, to not allow any expansion. So like, where can we go from here? Can we make sure there is no further growth? Can you limit the amount of water that you will concede and allow the 2 million gallons, what is it, a day? So that there are limitations, because right now it seems like an explosive device that we don't know how high it's going to go or how large it's going to go. So I wonder if there are policies that can be written that will restrict them and our guarantee. And I also wonder if we can create a policy that will ban any other data center. If you look at Northern Virginia, they're stacked one against each other. And they're diesel generators that power them as demand calls. So that's more pollution, let alone all of the power and water that we know they're going to have. So can we create a policy restricting data centers from anywhere else in Botetourt County if you've signed off for this one? And can you make this one as small and compact and not allow it to grow? These are my thoughts of how we can step forward from this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Sylvester Johnson.
Not Joy, I'm just going to take the microphone over to her. Hi, I'm the real Joy Sylvester Johnson. Thank you for accommodating my disability. And I want to say that I'm here representing the Citizens Climate Lobby. And we have 12 chapters in the state of Virginia representing almost 5,100 registered members. We're also a national and international organization. We're here to help monitor and to encourage bodies like yours to be responsible,
to protect our earth, but also to be transparent. And it sounds like in this particular situation, the perception of transparency is as much of a problem as transparency. So I would like to encourage you to work on the perception so that what you're actually doing, because you don't impress me as people who are trying to do things in secret, you impress me as straight up kinds of people. I'm not against a data center, but I am against rushing without fully understanding the implications and mitigating what could be the possible problems when it comes to the source of energy, the use of water, and the use of the earth that we live on. So I've spent my whole career in public service, and now that I'm retired, I'm free to do things like hang out with you guys. There are other places I think I might enjoy more, but I'm glad I was here today because I noticed that everyone was prepared. The civility of these proceedings was amazing, and I'm very grateful for that. And that comes, you set the tone for that, and so I'm grateful for that. I hope going forward that we can work on the perception of transparency as well as actual transparency when it comes to the data centers. Data centers are part of our reality. I don't think we can avoid that, but we can avoid some of the problems that we've seen happen in Northern Virginia. We can avoid some of those things from happening here if we are wise and if we listen to each other and if we continue to be respectful, which I think you have been. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Susan Gillette?
That's me. I'll come back over here to talk to you. Susan Gillette, thank you for letting me talk today. Again, I want to talk about the data centers. And as a lot of people here have issues with it, and a lot of the local issues of water and water security, of environmental damage, of energy security. If they are going to tap into the grid here, will our citizens have enough energy when they need it to do what they want to do? What are the job situation? Will a whole bunch of jobs come just to build the facility, but will those jobs go away again? How many jobs are going to be permanent? These are all local issues. And we can say we don't want this in our backyard. We can push it out someplace else. We can push it to Northern Virginia or to another state. And that's something that we have to decide within the community. But the data centers are coming. There's no way to stop them. They're going to come up and they're going to go somewhere. But what I suggest is that we also look at what a hidden cost to this is, that they're being able to put emissions into the atmosphere that not only affect the local area, but that affect the world as a whole. That those fossil fuel emissions are what is causing the climate to warm, and a lot of weather issues and human issues that come along with it. And can I suggest that if you allow this center to be built here, that you ask them to bring their own energy, that they have to build enough energy generation, electric generation here, that you won't be taking away from the people who already use the energy here. And second off, that it be clean energy, that they not be burning fossil fuels to run the data center. And we need to keep our emissions under control. We're having a hard time doing that. And this is going to be one more thing that we have to watch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Micah? And just please give your district as well.
I'm Micah. I live in Vinton, but this Google Center affects everybody in the area. So thank you for allowing me to speak. The thing with these data centers that keeps happening is it's super loud. It takes all this energy and water, and it makes everybody's electric bill who's not Google absolutely ridiculous. So if you live in the area, your electric bill is about to go crazy, even though you're not using more electricity. And that's how that works. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now let's move to the board members' comments and reports. I know, I think you have, Walter, you have any information on any board member information subcommittee?
We are going to have our work session coming up next Thursday. We are going to do things a little differently than you've seen in the past. And this work session, we hope to formalize the interview process as well as all of the departments that we will be reviewing. And the citizens will have an opportunity to participate in that. So.
Great. Any other board member comments?
So I just wanted to talk about the Second Amendment resolution. So I had spoken with Mike Lockaby this morning about it, knowing that Mike Grimm was also going to speak and that other people in my district are interested in this. So he had suggested that we could either do it by formal resolution, or if there were at least 2 board members who were interested in it, he could proceed to put something together for us to take a look at the next Board of Supervisor meeting.
Okay. That'd be good. Any other board member comments?
Just a update on the law office and hotel. Had a great meeting yesterday. Hill Studios was in. We've got a great group of people, some good ideas. I think we've got something really workable that we'll see in about a month and a half. I think we'll have some pretty solid plans to take a look at.
Good.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Fire and EMS has recently graduated a number of new volunteers. If I'm not mistaken, 5 went to Troutville, 3 to Fincastle, and 1 to Buchanan. And I think there was an EMT involved in that as well. So it is nice to see youth coming in, and it's nice to see new faces coming into the people who protect us.
Much appreciate that.
Just to follow up on your comment, this was the first academy where 100% of the people were from Botetourt County. In the past, we've had to open it up to other communities in order to have enough students to hold the academy. So that's a very positive increase for the county.
Okay. Thank you. At this point in time, we're going to recess until 6 for our public hearing. And if there's any other comments. All right. Thank you all.
Before you tonight is a rezoning request from FC to A1. The applicant is here tonight. I believe he is requesting to table this application, or actually to withdraw this application for the time being, to go back through the planning commission and submit some additional materials. With your go-ahead, I believe you can recommend the withdrawal of this application, and we will work with the applicant to refine that and go back through the planning commission, the board of supervisors.
Okay, here in front of us, we have a withdrawal. Do I have a motion for the withdrawal?
So motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's withdrawn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. And we will, our next, we're going to have a recess for the meeting recess this meeting until March 10th at 6 o'clock. Am I correct on that? Yes. Okay. So we'll get back March 10th, 6 o'clock. Thank you all.